Oh, shit. Oh, man. This weather's killing me. Damn it. Yeah, we're a little late today. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, my friend. Yep. I saw people excited about Walmart. Oh, okay. Where'd this go? 96, 95. Yeah, I think we were saying what? Like maybe 95, 96. We came down just to 97. Yeah, I had a feeling though. I had a feeling something was going to come in light. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. How am I doing? Well, had a little drama yesterday. Had to set some pikers, some children straight. Who's crying over spilled milk? And now we wake up and we have our stock at new highs, up over 10%. So this is the universe delivering justice for me. That's what this is. You're watching this in real time. Oh, we're great. Like I said, we're great. We're great. People wanted to bust shops yesterday, and now we're at new highs. That's why I say, I know what I know. Your emotions in the meantime, if you got upset with something I said to you, none of that matters. Everybody come in, take a seat. We're about to start the MBOT party. Oh, yeah. I'll see why that. Oh, yeah. Up. Screw you. Hell yeah, I'm blocking your ads, bruh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And I'm loving it. And we got yields up, we got stocks down. Look at the VIX, huh? It's a good hedge. A little 6% pop today. No idea if any of you have these hedges in place, but I mentioned it 5,000 times, so ball's in your court now. I don't know, conservative estimate. I don't know, bro. $10. $10. To the moon. To the moon, Alice. Again, we said $10 was like half a billion, right? So we can go to $20. As we know, these market caps aren't real. So, yeah, I'm just going to be like the kids on Reddit, bro. You know, to the moon. That's where it's going. To the moon. Figure it out. Hey, Pipcat, how we doing? How we doing? How's the weather over there? Possible to see Neo? Meh. My opinion, I was never big on the car companies, and Neo is the Chinese one, right? It's nice by you, that's good, because it's still shitty by me, alright? But that's good. You enjoy it. You enjoy your good weather. Hey, Raj, how we doing? Like I said, I'm doing great. Again, this is the universe giving a big F you and slapping all these pikers in the face. That's what this is. The universe is saying you've been leaps and bounds above your quote unquote competitors, and you're consistently bringing these people stocks that rage hundreds of percent, thousands of percent. They want to bitch, they want to cry, then it hits a freaking high. All of a sudden, they're quiet as a church mouse, right? Haven't heard one word all day. Notice that. Jose, I love you, brother. Thanks for Walmart and Apple. Oh, yeah, they both worked out, huh? Yeah, I saw Walmart. Man, that was a good call. Again, I know. Bro, I wish I could put on 2 ad blockers now, just to piss the site off even more. But, yeah, we were looking for what? Maybe like a 95, 96 drop. And we dropped just below 97, but it's staying down. Again, I had a feeling. It definitely was a gut feeling, because we know earnings are a gamble. But I had a feeling that the EPS was going to take a hit. I think I also felt the revenue was too high, but apparently they beat that, so hats off to them. But yeah, I just had a feeling it was going to drop, so in my mind, that was easy. That was easy. And you did Apple too? What's Apple doing? Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Okay, yeah, we're curling back down here. Curling back down. Again, like I said, I mean, I know people were pumped, like, oh, they're making an investment in America. But again, you're spending hundreds of billions, and you're going to take a hit on your profits. I just don't see how that's a good thing. That should be a short-term bad thing. And again, even if we like drew out this trend line here, connecting these bottoms, like you can see, like the stock has the potential to really drop back down, like 10%, really. So I think it'll be good. Should be good, anyway. Should be good. Thank you, Killian. Appreciate it. I am doing well, Nick. Again, I am doing well. The universe has my back, as we know, because no one as good as I am is doing this shit for free for you people. And people still give me shit. And as you see now, we have MBOT and the universe getting my back and just reminding you once again who's who in my line of work. Absolutely brilliant. Like I said, they don't trust the process, They don't trust the process. We know short-term trading is much more difficult than buying shares, but right again, like yesterday, they had the QQQ calls, Intel calls looking good, right? Killian's in here. Oh, I grabbed the Walmart puts, boom, they worked out. I bought the Apple puts. It's down today, so they're moving nicely. I mean, shit's easy. Like I said, shit's easy, bro. And not only can I trade, like, again, the quote-unquote competitors, and I keep saying that because again, they weren't Series 7, Series 63 licensed financial advisors, right? So, not to be a schmuck, but I'm automatically a couple of levels above them. So, they're my quote-unquote competitors, and, yep, keeping the ad block on, I don't care. And they focus on trading the same 7 stocks, and again, you talk to people, and you ask them, how was your experience? And they're like, meh, meh. And here you're making money in the short term, and they can't do what I do for the long term, which is why I'm running circles around everybody. Like I said, they don't trust the process. You know, that lady wants to bitch to me in the Discord. Oh, I'm only up $5. It's like, first of all, that's not my problem. Second of all, you showed up like 2 months ago, whatever the heck you did. Third of all right, you bought it at, you know, 3.25. You know, I did my first video at $1. You know what I mean? I always spoke about this. That's what I mean. This is what I mean. It was a buy the whole time, right? It was $1, then it was $2, then it was $3, right? And then you show up, you buy it, and it stops popping, and you're in here whining like you really think this is our issue. That's a you problem. That's a you problem. The people who just bought SoFi at like $22, right? It just raged a bunch, so you bought near the high, so now you got to hang out. Freaking Oscar, same thing. Oscar, what, exploded to like 20, 22, right? And there's people who bought it like at 20, and then it started selling off, and they're like, oh, what the hell? This makes me laugh. This is the universe giving a big F you to every single piker. I love it. I like it. I love it. I want more of it. Intel right back down to the trend line really fast. No reason other than markets are red. And remember, they could bring it down to all these trend lines here, 22, 21. But just remember, someone just made a $2 billion investment with a cost basis of 23 a share. 23. If I invest $2 billion, hey, shut up out there. If I invest, bro. If I invest $2 billion at 23 a share, I'm probably very confident that it is worth more than $23 a share. Right? I mean, let's just think about that. And again, 23, right? It was already up. Bro, really? It was already up 10, 12%, right? When they bought at 23 from 20. So it popped off the lows. It was obviously a screaming buy here, but they bought it here. Yep. I like it. I like it. Verizon, how we doing? Flattening out. Cash account, please don't do margin, please. And again, I'm not trying to beat people up, but unfortunately the average person has no idea what they're doing, what margin is, how to manage their account. So you know what? If the average person doesn't really know what they're doing and you're going to lose money, you're better off just losing your cash amount. No need to go on the hook just for a little extra buying power, right? If we manage the account correctly, make good moves, we should slowly build up your buying power anyway. Yeah, these people are getting closer and closer to the house now, working on this road, so if you happen to hear construction noise or whatever, I apologize, but let me know and I'll close the window if it starts coming through. And about 370. 370. Ricardo, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's good. That's good to hear. It's a pretty cheap mic too. This mic was like $50. I remember because I used to like use the headset, but then it was popping because it was like too close to my mouth. So then I would actually lay the headset down on the desk and like talk down into it. And then somebody was like, oh yeah, we'll send you a couple of bucks. When you get a couple of bucks, you could buy like this little like snowball mic for like $50. And yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's actually not too bad at all. Definitely a good budget mic if you're just starting out, like with streaming or something. Absolutely. 5 stars. Let's go, HGRAF! Yeah, HG. Again, HG. Yeah, we were looking at this yesterday, right? We were coming down into the wedge. We started to rise at 3. And then right going into the close, the stock just raised all the way back up to this trend line. It wanted to reclaim it. And then, obviously, you can see just coming out of the gate, bouncing off the trend line, and we're on the up and up. You got the Yeti. Yeah, they told me, they were like, oh yeah, this Logitech Snowball, you know, really cheap, good budget mic, and, you know, it's much better. It'll be much better than your headset for the videos. So I just bought it. And yeah, I like it. I think it sounds pretty good. And like you guys said, it's really not bad, because I had a feeling it was going to be very sensitive. And like every time somebody would like walk by and say something, I thought it would pick up. But seems to be working out well. Which is good, because I don't want to close the window. HGRAF. Oh my goodness. So basically, what happened was, again, in my opinion, it was a buy this whole time, so everybody was buying and everybody was having a good time. And then when it got here, a bunch of people said, oh shit, we missed it. Remember that stock we were going to buy? It's up huge. Holy crap, what did we do? Oh, okay, let's put out a short report bashing the stock. Yeah, but Bob, nothing happened yet. I mean, the company's on the up and up. What are we really going to bash about the company? Yeah, don't worry. We can just say it's all bullshit. And that'll help bring the stock down. So they bring the stock down, then it bounces a little bit. And honestly, personally, in my opinion, I don't give a shit. I'd be a buyer here. I'd be a buyer here. It breaks here. I'll be a buyer. I'll be a buyer down here. Negative. Look, negative $1.40. I don't even care. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. They'd be paying me to buy it. I don't even care where it goes. All over this sumbitch like white on rice. Oh man, look at that strength. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. They cry their accounts are down when the market's red, because as I said, the average piker only makes money in the last few years because we have a massive raging bull market that only goes higher. And if the markets became real again, they'd be screwed. And they don't want to take you seriously. They don't want to hear it until it happens. Then all of a sudden they have an open mind. Oh, yeah, what were you saying a couple of months back, talking about like the hedges or whatever? Yeah. Just even a couple of days ago when I was talking about, you know, don't know what to buy the VIX. That's a good hedge. But frickin' VIX is up what? 10, 12, 14% just in the last couple of days, right? Everything else is down. Boom, that's up 12%. You're welcome. You're welcome. Do they listen? No. Then they want to trickle in late. Good old Johnny. Johnny wants to show up late, buy all of our recommendations late. But the problem is they're mixing our good shit with their crackhead shit that they brought in here before, right? Then their shit remains shit. Our shit is the shit. But then they look at the whole thing and they say, wow, this account looks like shit. And it's because you bought so much shit. That's what it all comes down to. It is a lot of shit, you know? And like they used to say, keep that kind of shit to yourself. How about that? How about that? And we might have a couple of people up $10, $12 now in MBOT, huh? Fucking pikers. Right? So again, if I had, you know, big money, 100 grand, I would have parked it in MBOT. I'd be up 6 figures. It would be a long-term hold, I believe, at this point. So I'd pay half the amount in taxes. And of course, we're continuing to break up. Nothing even really happened yet. This is why I say, man, there's a method to the madness. I'm too damn good. And again, I hate to be cocky, but now is the time to take advantage of me. Because even though I would try to be unbiased if I had money in a position, again, you see the moves, you see the calls I'm making, right? So think about it. If I legit had a couple of 100,000 when I started the account a couple of years ago, I probably would already be a self-made millionaire. I wouldn't have to do this anymore. And that all would have happened just inside of the last couple of years. So that's why people want to give me shit. Oh, you're not perfect. You know, you think you're so good. You're not that good. Like I said, technically, free of charge, working my ass off for you guys for about the last 3.5 straight years. No one else does this. No one. And, again, people are very ungrateful. People are very ungrateful. I mean, I could make a bad call and lose you 10 grand, and you shouldn't even bat an eyelash at this point. I mean, let's call it like it is. So that's why when, you know, people try to come back to me, oh, you think you're so good, I'm barely up, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yo, you probably bought MBOT last week at like $3.40 or whatever, you know what I mean? We bought it at $1.20, like, you know what I mean? That's a you problem. This is not my problem. Because what it comes down to is people, again, not trusting the process, not believing. Then they wait for the stock to pop, do what I say. Then they ask, oh, is blah, blah, blah still a buy? And what do I always say? Think about it. I say, yeah, in my opinion, yeah, I still like it, but it just ran. So if it pulls back, that's not my problem, right? I literally say that all the time. Then you got people buying at the high, the stock pulls back. All they do is whine every 15 minutes in the Discord. So yes. Once again, pikers. Piker. Up to 13 viewers. Hi-yo, lucky 13. How we doing? Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Where is this cup and handle? Are you talking about this and this? Are you talking this and this? 5-day. You know what? If you see a cup and handle, then you enjoy that cup and handle, my friend. You enjoy it. I mean, kinda, sorta. I don't know. Like I said, it's hard. Again, you know, traders come in here, they want to try to just run TA, technical analysis, and they don't. I'm trying to tell them it's not how you do this right now with this play. But it's all right. Good eye, Ian. Good eye. We appreciate that. It did kind of look like a cup and handle. It did, in all fairness. Exactly. You mentioned cup and handle. First thing I thought of was another cup of coffee, right? But then you were like, oh no, the timeline said, all right, fine, I'll look at the chart for you. Again, I think I'm a genius, right? So I think it just comes down to my trend line. But yeah, it could have been a cup and handle. Could have been a cup and handle. Awesome, brother. Awesome. That's a good fill right there. Yeah, no problem. We'll check it out. Like I said, kind of look like it, but I do still think, again, when I was saying, when we were looking at it yesterday, and I was saying, it's going to take a lot to get back to this trend line, but let's see what it wants to do. And the fact that it rose right up to there going into the close, I had a very strong feeling we were going to bounce off it and be up today. But of course, nothing's guaranteed. But, yeah, like I said, could have been the cup and handle. But it's not really a TA. I don't know. Talk about being a hypocrite, right? I use TA to explain myself, but I'm trying to tell you it's not about TA. You know what? Don't even listen to me. Don't worry about it. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Sitting here rambling. Lord, I was born a rambling man. Oh. Hey, Jerry Lockwood, how we doing? That's Flint Lockwood's cousin. If you remember Flint, he made the food precipitation machine. MBOT on the move. Oh, oh, oh. Looking good, Billy Ray. Yep. Yep. See how our dollar's looking today. Did I not say we tested support? Looks like we're going to step like this. Did I not say? I mean, someone, please. I'm not crazy, am I? Oh, I'm too damn good at this shit. Mentioned the same thing, the up and the up on the 10 and 20 year yields. Also mentioned if yields are going up, you could do TLT puts. I drew out this trend line. I think we were like back here, and I said not a big move, but you could probably go from like 87 down to 85 at this trend line. Oh, how do I reach these keys? Like I said, I can't do it for you. This is the best I can do. No, I have not messaged you. Thank you for confirmation. That's why, again, I try to keep the bots out. But apparently I don't know, they don't even need to be the server. Yeah. 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 Yeah, because the bots, like I said, if they're like, oh, give me a Discord link, like as soon as they join, they instantly, I guess, copy and start to message the entire server list. So even like if they joined and then 10 seconds later I ban them, like, it happens instantly. So even when I kick people out of the Discord, people tell me like, oh, I'm getting messages from people. So, yeah, I don't know. Discord has to do something. Discord has to do something. And I know some other people, they like started charging like $1.99 a month or whatever for the Discord. I mean, I didn't really want to do that. But we may reach a point where we become a little bit more popular of a community, and if we really do have a really active Discord, we're talking like hundreds and hundreds of people. Yeah, I don't know, because I just don't want anyone to get screwed over. And like I said, I wasn't calling him out, but that guy Tom apparently, like a couple of days ago, was like, oh, I'm going to send you money at the end of the day. And then, I didn't get an update, so either he sent it to the wrong person or he didn't send it, and I'm hoping he didn't send it. Yeah, that's what I mean. They changed their name to my name, so when I look them up, I see myself, and it doesn't let you. And that's what I mean. Even if I kick people, even if I kick the bots out of the server, they then come back and message you. You're looking at membership tiers, like access to members only channel. Yeah, like I said, I never set that up, but yeah, technically all that stuff under the member chat, um, the short and long-term call-outs, the watch list updates, any requests you guys might ask, like that's all going to be behind the paywall. Yeah, I keep mentioning it, Ricardo. The problem is people, again, people will join new, and it's just a pain in the ass. It really is, man. Here's a Discord link. Message will self-destruct in 6 hours. Good old MBOT. It's 1 o'clock on a Thursday. La-dee-da-dee-da. Baby, I love you with everything. baby. Well, we know stocks only go up. Maybe you should buy some calls here. I don't know, right? Mm-hmm. PM. Beast. Baby, I love you every day. I wanna be you tonight. Yep. See what's trending on good old Yahoo Finance. Appeals court throws out massive civil fraud penalty against President Trump. Put him in the trash. Mm-hmm. And someone asked about Neo. I see it's up 10%. So you're supposed to bring it up before it moves 10%. You know what I mean? But that's okay. Intel, I mean, we started off down, we've slowly been ticking up. You gotta love it. I have very little money. Don't worry. Oh, excuse me. Don't worry about what I'm doing. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd say spy calls here. Let me see if I can, I don't know, pick an expiration, I guess, for you guys. Spy, well, yeah, they expire today. They have them. I don't know if everyone's account could do it, but even tomorrow, let's see. That's pretty expensive. How about like a 36? No, that's expensive also. 37? No, too expensive. Too expensive. And how about if we go with the Qs? Go with the Qs. Tomorrow expiration. 563 is expensive. 565. Yeah. Still kind of expensive. So in my opinion, right now, I would consider yeah, I actually would consider like DIA I would consider SPY, QQQ, DIA calls for tomorrow. DIA, what am I looking at here? I can never find the refresh button on these freaking pages, bro. So this is like a $1.25. We're looking at a DIA call tomorrow, 449. It's about 125 each. And again, we're in a downtrend, right? So the calls are going to be cheaper right now. But if you catch that bounce, that's where the nice return will come from. So, yeah, something like that. Hey, Southern, how we doing? So yeah, right now, even if you could, I mean, if you could do today's expiration, you know, you wanna really roll the dice, take more risk. That's entirely up to you. But in my opinion, I would consider maybe, you know, you go like 1-2 points above where the index is trading, and I'd grab maybe SPY, QQQ, or DIA calls right now, expiring tomorrow. Try to catch a little bit of a bounce here, even if it happens just over the next hour or two. Like we say, you can scalp it real quick, in and out. Or you can hold it into tomorrow. It's really your call. But yeah, in my opinion, calls on the index right there. I guess I'll put that in the Discord. Not like anyone listens anywhere. PPQ, DIA, calls. It actually does look like a potential descending triangle too. So this is actually risky, but also at the same time, as I say, there's a method to the madness, right? It's risky, it might not work out, but if we aim small, we miss small. But if we're right, we're going to hit big. Look at my man Sonic over here. He's like, bro, I don't need you to send me an alert, bro. I heard you. I'm in. I'm in. Up. See what I said? Descending triangle. Might drop lower. Yeah. Yep. Oh, sometimes I get a bad feeling. Mm-hmm. Everything just dropped. As the dollar is pulling back, though. Again, remember, dollar pulls back, stocks go up. Yields were also much higher. Yields coming down, which again is why I was expecting a break up. And you can see, like, this is, right, kind of just met up there with that line. So that's why, and you can see the flattening there, the 1, 2, 3 points, right? And that's why we had the bottom coming down, potential descending triangle, boom, quick flash to the point. And now hopefully we pop up. Hopefully. Hopefully. The bots are real. Yeah, the bots, that's what I mean. It's all like automated. They got freaking scripts set up and shit, so it's, you know, they're going to be faster than me no matter what. And this good faith crap sucks because I was ready to buy an index call with you guys, and I mean, I can technically, but I didn't want to burn another, you know, violation or whatever, so I'll just sit tight for now. But that's how you got to do it, man. You got to be quick, you got to be all over this crap. You buy something, and you know, you buy a call, then the stock pops, it makes the move you wanted to. That's it. You got to secure it, in and out, bang, 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 bang. And again, if we're talking like, oh, I bought calls 3 months out, like, obviously that's a different story, right? But the average person doesn't have that much cash usually to go that big. So, yeah, if you roll the dice, oh yeah, I bought a call on QQQ. If it starts moving up and all of a sudden you were right, you made some money, like we say, it's okay if it keeps going. I know it hurts. We all want as much as possible, as fast as possible. I get it. But like we say, if you're able to, it's the strategy, right? It's the process. If you're on the right track and these calls, if they're working out more times than not, then you have to secure those profits. You will eventually get to where you want to get to. And Delhi, like I said, my opinion, I like calls right now on the indexes. SPY, QQQ, DIA calls. Up to you guys, really what expiration you want to buy. If you want to try to buy today's expiration, tomorrow's expiration, next Friday's expiration, it's up to you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need more coffee in a few minutes. I love how they bring these people on, too. I love how they bring ex-Feds Larry Lindsay Q&A. What? Who cares what this guy has to say, right? Who cares what this guy has to say? That's why I don't watch CNBC. I tweeted that out too. There was, what's her name? Elizabeth Warren, right? There was like one clip of her talking about like rate cuts a couple of years ago, and she's like, oh, we gotta cut rates, we gotta cut rates. And then I guess they brought her on like a month or two ago, and she's like, we can't cut rates, like this guy's crazy, I don't know what he's doing. Thank you, Jose. And again, it just makes me laugh, because first of all, I mean, we gotta call it like it is. She's a politician, right? These politicians, they're just like pretty faces most of the time, they're the mouthpiece. So first of all, the average politician, very sad to say, doesn't know their ass from their elbow. I mean, you bring up like, oh, we got the war in Ukraine, like they can't even point to Ukraine on a map, like, you know what I'm saying? But somehow, when we're talking about Fed rate cuts and tariffs, you bring on some freaking random politician like they know what the hell they're talking about. That's why I tell you, it's all noise. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Right? Look how well MBOT's doing for us. You think I need CNBC? Or freaking Chuck Schumer to go on Bloomberg News to talk to me about tariffs or some shit? Like, come on, bro. You'd be lucky if the average politician knows how many states we even have. You kidding me? Like they're gonna talk to us about the M2 and the M3 and the break-even rates, and get the hell out of here. And honestly, when I go on X lately, I get even more upset, bro. Got freaking libtards trying to post, talking about tariffs, talking about rate cuts. That's why I wish I had a huge influence so that people would actually like see and boost my comments. These people gotta stay in their lane, bro. Trying to post about tariffs and shit, bro. You don't know your ass from your elbow. What are you talking about? Fix up 7.25%. But going down, silver holding up. Yep. Came right back up into that channel. See that? I'm telling you, it wants to go higher. Because again, it stagnated for so long while gold was climbing. Remember that was basically our analysis on the situation. And now, like, silver's kind of playing catch up. So even if gold, again, if gold, like, quiets down for the next month, like, you could see silver, like, keep going, you know, 38.60, 39 an ounce, 39.40 an ounce, right? We can continuously see silver climb, even if gold doesn't. That was basically the main argument that I made. So far, so good. But we'll see. Our dollar just gapped up. Technically, a gap up candle means we go down. So we'll see. We were trending down, right? Staying below the moving average. Bouncing off the trend line again, even though we're still going lower. Oh, no. No, come back. Come back. Well, the good news is, if we're a little early, sometimes they randomly pump and reverse markets at like 2 or 2:30. They wait for random time stamps, so it ain't a loss until it's a loss, baby. That's how I look at it, even though right now it doesn't look very good. I'll be honest, it doesn't look very good. Yeah, unfortunately, again, like I said, honestly, my, apparently the cash I flipped yesterday with the QQQ call, obviously, isn't settled yet. So when I went to buy it myself, it was like, oh, you got a good faith violation, you know, you're allowed 2 more. So, I mean, technically, I could do this trade with you guys, but I really shouldn't. But, you know, anytime I have cash, I always put my money where my mouth is. Gap down candle means we should come back up. I'm telling you, I saw this descending triangle, so I definitely should have delayed my call. You guys got in right before the drop, but we should be bouncing. Blind is on, yep. Yep, that's how you got to do it. Perfect, perfect. And see, that's the thing too, right? We can see how even something like this, right? Well, we can flash crash the support that we were watching, and then what if like 3-4 minutes from now we tick right back up and then we're back up, right? And that's why I say, if you're going to do options also, they swing it and they drop it to levels purposely to force you out. You understand? Whether it's emotions or it's your stop loss, right? Or if it's your stop limit level. That's why you'll see, like, yeah, we're watching a trend line, then it flashes down, and then it comes right back up, and it, you know, continues doing what it's doing. And people are like, oh, what happened there? Well, what happened there was everyone who bought it here, like, you know, some of you did, may have implemented a 10% stop loss, then they broke it through the line, you get stopped out, and then they bring it right back up, and it turns out you were correct the whole time. So I understand, you know, people trying to be conservative and no, I always put in a stop loss so I don't lose too much. I understand. I completely understand that strategy. And again, it's your money. So if that's what you feel comfortable doing, that's what it is at the end of the day, right? You make the rules. It's your money. But in my opinion, as we see, literally before your eyes, we just flash crashed through the trend line. And now there you go. And now it's back above the trend line. Right? So that's why I always say as well, that's another reason why options are very stressful and a lot of people end up losing money, because if you put in a 10-15% stop, you might have stopped out, you might have got stopped out right there, right? But that's why I said, in my opinion, mental stop, right? Put in a mental 10-20% loss stop. If you really see, you know, if you buy a call and it's just like doing nothing but drop, and then you can say, all right, screw it, whatever, I'll take the loss, I was wrong, we'll look to the next one, right? But if it's like dancing around like this, right, you have the mental stop, and then you could look at the account and you could say, all right, the option, you know, bad timing, I just got screwed, it's down like 17% real quick, but is it worth taking the loss, you know what I mean, and actually implementing our stop here to save our money? Or, could this come right back? And is this just a little curveball that they're throwing at traders? And lately what I've seen is 9 times out of 10, it's just a curveball that they're throwing at traders. And that's why, even as it crashed here, right? Technically, if it broke the trend, right? Someone like me should have said, oh, it broke support. It's trending downward now. Sell, take the loss, right? Get out before it goes lower. Number one, I didn't say that because I have the mind of a champion. Number two, it came down and flashed right back as expected. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Which is why, again, I say, right here in this moment with me having very little cash, is the most advantageous for you that this community will ever be. Because remember, if I had money and I bought, calls on the Dow, calls on the NASDAQ, right? Now I'm financially attached and I'm emotionally attached. Right? And if we're all doing it together, now I got more pressure on me because, of course, I got all you guys watching. I got money involved. Of course, I want it to go up and look great. You know what I'm saying? So, like the result and the path traveled down to get the result is going to be very different if I was involved with these situations. And that's why when people give me shit, like I said, like that MBOT, I laugh and laugh, bro. I laugh and laugh. Because if I had money like the rest of these, quote, competitors, I would have had 100 grand in MBOT. And I'd be up hundreds of thousands right now. Exactly, Lucio. Completely unbiased. And that's why I say, again, I do get agitated sometimes. I'm sitting here looking at these calls saying, oh, I should have, $500,000. I barely have any money in the bank. So that's, of course, where my frustration comes. But also at the same time, the fact that I am such an asset and the bulk of people they just don't want to hear it. They can't wrap their head around like what you're trying to tell them and like how you're trying to direct them. Or, you say 10 things, but they only hear one of them. It's just very unfortunate. And again, because I, know my shit, and I always want to be more right than I'm wrong. It's aggravating. You know what I mean? Think about if, because people look at this as it's very hard, right? And everyone that does it, they always want to find, oh, I found, this new guy's channel. He talks about penny stocks. He's pretty good. Oh, I found this other guy on YouTube. He's all about crypto. He's really good. I've been watching him. And there's so many people. There's all this information. And unfortunately, the average person ends up losing money. They don't know what they're doing. And it just breaks my heart, man. Because again, no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you want to be right for people, really show people big returns and show them that listen, I know you're in hell right now, but we can keep chugging along. We can get to the light at the end of the tunnel. You know what I mean? Just follow my lead. And they just don't. And they're going to be trapped. They're going to be trapped for a while. And it's just going to translate to a dismal life. That's all it's going to translate to. Retest of our 20-day support, bouncing. I gotta buy a new fan. All of a sudden this thing's clicking and shit. So annoying. So annoying. Probably fucking made in Taiwan or some shit. Bro, the stocks only go up. We know this. We know. You worried? Man, I am not worried. I'll tell you that much. I will tell you that much right now. I think almost practically any time over the last year and a half that I had cash and I was like, oh, I'm going to buy a put on the Dow, it should pull back. I literally think every time over the last year and a half, it just kept going higher. So that's what I mean. You know, wake up late today, you come in here, oh, markets are down. All right, yeah, just buy a call and we'll hang out. Stocks only go up. Up 25% on SPY call. What did I tell you, Lucia? Shit's easy, bro. Shit's easy. And we bought it a few minutes too early. Yeah, look at this now, right? So we're slightly back above basically where we put the buy. We're approaching the fib, right? Now we're going to pop up and we're going to run right back to that next fib. Looks like about 44,750, 749. Yep, so you're going to see like a 30-point climb here. And that's what I mean. If you see a little return like that and, you know, we climb up to this level, if you think we're going to pause now and hang out or whatever, like Lucio said, oh, I'm up a quick, whatever, 30%, lock it in if you want, right? Lock it in. And again, it comes down to how much other more money do you have in your account, right? Like, is your whole account well set up? And if this goes to zero, do you really not give a shit? You know, if you're in that boat, then yeah, you can hold till close, you can hold tomorrow, whatever you want to do, right? That's why I say it depends how old you are, how much income you have, you know, are you seeing returns in the rest of your account? Are you well positioned in the rest of your account? Do you have any other positions in your account, right? That's what I mean. I literally would need all of this information. Hey, appreciate it, Shelly. Mwah. Locked in profit is profit. Exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And again, too, for the very small investors, right? Let's say if you were literally just starting out, you move over like $100 and you're like, okay, you know, if I can slowly, you know, build this up even to like 200-300, you know, I can prove to myself, you know, that, you know, there's money to be made here and I can really focus on it. Because I know there's people out there that have that mentality, you know, you want to prove it to your friends, your family, like, no, you know, there's a way to do this and I could figure it out. And I'm telling you, there's money to be made. Like, this is what I got to do. Believe me, I understand. But again, if we're talking about $100, even something like that, oh, I bought a SPY call real quick. Oh, crap, it's up 25%. You just made $25. You just increased the value of your account 25%, right? And that's what I mean. In that moment, right in that moment, a lot of people see $25. They don't see 25%. And that is the absolutely wrong way to look at it. You need to look at it and say, holy crap, like I saw something, you know, I called it right, did good analysis. Boom. Shit's up 25% real quick. I'm in and out. Now you got 125. And if you're more right than you're wrong, and you're able to trust your analysis, and you consistently hit base hits, and are able to just scale the buying power and the account value overall, then what happens is it gets easier, right? Because what did I always say? You people with more money should be making money even more consistently, because you're able to buy more time. You're able to buy strike prices closer to share price, right? Even I think it was someone yesterday when Intel dipped. It was at like 23 and they bought like 20 calls, leaps, right? So they went 3 points in the money with a year of time or something. You know what I'm saying? And you're able to do that, of course, the more money you have. And that's why I say, you know, securing profits. And if you're really a small account, if you really want to do options trading, bang, bang, you do have to be in and out. If you make 100% and you could have made 500%, yeah, believe me, brother, I have been there 1,000 times. I know it hurts. But you made money, or, you know, you just clicked a button and you increased your buying power, you increased your account value. Now you're on to the next one. Now instead of, you know, now you can buy an option for 100 or 120. Right? And if you see 40-50% returns, boom, now you just made $60. Now your account's up to 180 and change. You started with 100. You just started with 100. And 2 base hits, you happen to go back to back 2 for 2. Now all of a sudden, you went from 100 to 180. Your account is up 80%. Right? And that's what I mean. People don't see the big picture. They're very, very short-sighted. And it's a shame. Lucio sold 45% profit. I just made back right now with a donation I gave you earlier this week. Boom. Absolutely fantastic. And that's good. That's huge, man. That's huge. Because again, I saw you sent it. I threw you some thanks. I appreciate that. And again, if we're talking for smaller people, right? You and I both know the amount you sent, how quick we just saw a trade, and just how quick you made. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say, like, the average person charges $10, $20 a month, and that's because those are the kind of results you're going to get. And also, that's the type of person you're buying, right? Not to diss them. I mean, you could be self-taught and you could still make good calls, you know, and I give credit where credit's due. But as I said, I passed the hardest test in the country. I used to pitch millionaires on the phone, 700 phone calls a day, buy and sell shares. I would sit in IPO meetings. I heard about MLPs. I heard about freaking, private REITs. We used to do American Realty Capital was the company. They would come to us with private REITs. It would be like 7% tax-deferred income off the REIT. And then when the REIT would get listed public, it would usually pop like 20-30%. So the client would be locked into like a 7% tax-deferred income for a 12-month period. Then when we went listed, they would make like 20 or 30% off the principal investment as well. So 100 grand just became like 150 grand. And that's what I mean. Like, I was actually involved. People watch The Wolf of Wall Street and they feel like a broker. I was at Wall Street, 50 Broad, right across the street, down the block, wherever the frick it is. I was right there. And also we had the other office as well. But again, the point being, that Wolf of Wall Street pitch, taking a guy down to the mat, you know, grabbing, digging, fighting for a social security number out of a guy to open the account, getting that trust, having someone say, you know what, you're doing a good job. You know, I'm sending over like 80 grand from JP Morgan. They're not doing crap for me. Go ahead, you take it, do something with it. We made those calls. I was there. That's what I did. This ain't no fucking pipe dream. Yeah, how we doing? Yeah, Jose, I just saw that, brother. My apologies. Thank you so much for that support. I appreciate that. You get nothing, even though I give you guys some stuff, but yeah, I appreciate that. That means a lot. And again, really what that's doing, I'm going to be honest with you guys, the member stuff, because I told you that literally I'm getting like pennies or just a few dollars from those long form videos. And unless, like, the couple of months there was like big moves on like SoundHound and SMCI, and all those videos were getting like 1,000 views, no problem. Like those months, yeah, I was making a couple of bucks. You know, they pay you out every 30 days. It was fine. But as soon as that stopped, like I even mentioned in the Discord, like, oh yeah, I didn't hit the break point this month, right? So I'm not going to get that money until the next month, right? So I'm sitting there for like 60 days with no money. So anyway, long story short, the memberships, yeah, the membership has been climbing, and even though it's a few bucks, I do appreciate that support, and it's helping to keep me kind of above that threshold so that I always am able to hopefully hit that break point. So that way every month from YouTube, at least I get a little something coming in. Phenomenal call. Thank you so much, Deli. I appreciate that. And again, like we said, we got to trust the process, right? This is exactly what I mean when we say trust the process. And I understand we always want to be right? If we make 10 option trades, we want all 10 of them to work out because we always want to make money, of course. But again, even if you're right, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 times, that is better than the average trader. That is better even than the average advisor, believe it or not. Because again, I mentioned to you guys, and I respect the grind, I respect salesmen out there, the whole process, believe me. But the average broker that calls you on the phone is a trained salesman, right? If they're good at their job anyway, because you're supposed to be a killer. So, you never take no for an answer, right? You're always taking guys down to the mat. There's a way to do it. And you have to be an absolute killer. But usually, again, even if you're able to do that in open accounts, you're technically selling, right? You're a salesman, which is fine. But the actual job then after that is to manage money. And this is what it comes down to. Are you able to find, the couple of good, the Intels of the world, right? On a dip, get your client positioned, boom, have him up real quick. He's happy. He loves you. Okay, great. Right? Or do you happen to shit the bed? And the problem is the average person shits the bed. That's what it comes down to. And that's why you hear all these stories of, these older guys, in their 40s, 50s, like, yeah, I had a guy from Manhattan call me up and, he spoke about some stock. I gave him a shot, sent him like 10 grand. The freaking account went down to like 1,800. So I just asked for my money back, closed out the account. You know what I mean? People have bad experiences. And it's because they're working with salesmen. And they're not really working directly with the analyst or a real money manager. But again, going back to my point, just like we proved here in this call, just like we proved in the last 2 days with the QQQ call, right? I said QQQ calls on Tuesday, like midday. Market continued to go down. The next day, NASDAQ chunked down even more, right? So those are like crapped out, right? That's a loss. But on that dip, QQQ calls were in play again, and we bought it. And again, I did it live with you. I had one. And it was up like 180%, 200% or something going into late afternoon when I sold it. And that's what I mean. It's like you can make it right back. You know what I mean? Like we say, you have to take what the market gives you. Don't force the trades. Try to remain stoic. And just, if it's a loss, that's it. It is what it is. No use crying over spilled milk. And we move on to the next one. Right? And I literally showed you in the last couple of days. QQQ calls. Bad call, it's an L. The next day, QQQ calls again, boom, up 200%. It's a dub. We wiped out the L. Now we're back on track. No excuse not to be a member. Yeah. But I know, again, believe me, I'm well aware of what it's like to have no money or very little money. And, I know a lot of people up and coming now in the younger generations. I mean, you see the videos, these people are literally breaking down. Like, I have a decent job, I have a decent credit score, and I'll never be able to get a mortgage. So there's a lot weighing people down now in the world of finance. So, to some people, it's like, yeah, a couple of bucks a month to be a member, come on. But at the same time, I understand if people can't and don't want to make that commitment. But also at the same time, what I've been doing here for you people with the diversification, short and long-term calls, I mean, I think we can all agree. I mean, this is worth some money every month. This is worth some money every month. And I don't even care if people are honest. You know what I mean? Just fucking message me, bro. I don't care. Tell me what's going on. I mean, other people charge $20, $30 a month. Somebody else said, if you do like 50, I can do it. I mean, again, not to be a schmuck, I'm worth more than that. I was thinking 100, but even 100 is cheap. Even 100 is cheap if you really think about it. If I'm sitting here helping you grow your $20, $30, $50,000 account, even if you're at that level, I mean, $100 a week is $100 a month is $25 a week, is $5 a day, right? So you're paying me $5 a day, and look at what I'm bringing to the table to you, right? So that's why, again, it's not really me being greedy. It's honestly being realistic. It's honestly being realistic, which is why I say again, people say, oh, you should start charging every month. It's like everyone should be paying hundreds a month. I could charge $1,000 a month membership fee, and believe it or not, I deserve it. And again, we're talking $250 a week, which would be about $50 a day you're paying me to do this for you. And of course, if we have hundreds of members, then yeah, that's going to, add up to big money for me every month. But at the same time, as we said, it works out to a few dollars a day, $20, $30, $50 a day that you're really paying me every month to do this for you. And that's what I mean. If you're able to really be on top of it, as we just said, right? Like Lucio said, hey, listen, I sent you money the other day. Boom, I just made it back real quick, immediately, right? Didn't even take a week for him to make back his dono. Now, of course, sometimes it doesn't always work out like that, right? We got to wait till the next trade. But you understand the point, right? If there's money here and if you're serious and We can do some short-term trading, and then, we have the our MBOTs of the world that slowly climb 200, 300% for you. It's like, that's why I say, what is that really worth to you? And it's not me being greedy. It's me asking you straight up, what is that worth to you? Just like when I mentioned that other guy who contacted me, I had 600K, I was up to 1.9 mil, then it's down to 400K. I start loading up on like HGRAF and something else you're talking about. Now I'm back up to like 2.4 million. Okay, so I just completely flipped the script, right? You completely dropped the ball because you're telling me you went from 600 grand to almost 2 million and now you're back at 400 grand, right? So you fucked up. You dropped the ball. I saved your life almost immediately in the short term as well. I don't even think it's a long-term hold for this guy. Almost immediately, my conviction, my analysis got you involved into HGRAF and now push your whole account up to $2.5 million, right? So now you're a millionaire technically. You're back to millionaire status. You are technically now on paper an accredited investor, which means now you're going to get contacted potentially from brokerages, and they're going to try to convince you that, hey, listen, open a small account and you're accredited, and, the next IPO that comes out, if we have a piece, you're going to be able to get some shares pre-IPO because you're accredited and you're a client here, right? That's really why people with larger money would need a brokerage account, in my opinion. But, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I completely saved your account. You turned this whole son of a bitch and brought you back to millionaire status. Right? So what is that really worth to you? And that's why I'm kind of a dick sometimes, because if I'm doing something like that for you, and listen, you send me a couple of $100, even a couple of $1,000, let's call it like it is. You're not doing me any favors. I mean, of course, it helps. My money is very tight on my end. Anything you send really means the world to me. I want you guys to really, really understand that. But also at the end of the day, I mean, we're talking about close to a $2 million profitable trade. A broker would bang you out and try to charge 4 or 5%. So that's why I say again, I'm not saying, you made 2 million, send me $1 million, send me 50%. But also at the same time, I want to be truly realistic with each other. And if we're talking about that size of return, then I should receive on my end that kind of donation. You know what I'm saying? And again, it's not greedy, and it's not even participating in profits, because that actually is a rule and regulation in the finance industry. If I was a broker and you were my client and I said, don't worry about paying me commission on this trade. Only when you make money, you'll pay me a commission, right? If I only charged you when I made you money, that's actually against the law. It's something called participating in profits. So you can't do that, which is why technically you kind of have to charge a little bit on every trade for your client. But again, we've seen, I have people send me a few bucks here and there, just because I put the time in. I mean, I've made bad calls, and I've had people, again, send me money. Like, hey, listen, hang in there. I appreciate everything you do. But yeah, I'm rambling and going off on a tangent, but again, it's not participating in profits. It is providing a service and seeing results. It's not, and we're not sitting here like on an hourly wage. So again, that's why I say, we'll see what people feel I'm worth. Sold too early. SPY going crazy. That was a good little bounce. Managed to snipe that bottom. Flipped $150 profit in 15 minutes. Fantastic. I want a real trader, not a salesman. Yeah, man. Well, like I said, I right now, of course, as we said, I mean, if everyone, something like HGRAF, if it works out huge and all of a sudden, everyone wants to send me thousands to show their appreciation, of course, that'll be huge for me, right? So I have that incentive to kind of, convince you to do that. But as I said, man, you can't even try to call me out on that, because I talk about so many other trades, I talk about so many other things, and yeah, it's, I didn't do all this work for the last 3.5 years to, randomly get everyone blessed with an HGRAF explosion, and then I'm gonna get big money and, ride off into the sunset. Like, yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why, like, any way an investor, any way even a regulator at the NASD or SEC, there is no issue here. There is no issue here. Actually, the only real issue that anyone would have is that I'm just too damn good. That's what it would come down to. That's honestly what it would come down to. And that's why I do believe we're going to hit a point where an offer is going to come in. I'm telling you right now. And I haven't decided yet what I want to do. LT, good afternoon. Happy to have you. In Canada, after tax, rent, and groceries, you are only left with pennies in hand. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Some people out there, like, literally barely have a few bucks to their name after they take care of all their expenses. So, like, I understand if people come in here and they're like, yeah, listen, I saved up, like, $350. It took, like, 9 months, I'm trying to make a couple of bucks. Like, if you're asking for $20 a month, like, dude, I don't even know if I can do it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I understand everyone's situation is different. And some people, if you ask, oh yeah, all right, I'm going to charge $50 a month. They're like, oh, 50? No problem. You're worth 10 times that. Other people are like, damn, bro, 50? Really? Shit. And, it's rough. It's rough. Yeah, American rent really skyrocketed as well. And yeah, behind the scenes, we've been having an issue, apparently, with corporations buying land, buying houses, building houses, and then renting them, not even allowing you to own them. They're forcing you to rent. Like I said, hopefully we can turn it around somehow, some way. TIL? What is TIL? What are we doing here? TIL. No, wrong thing. Something else. My apologies. GLD calls for next week. Whoop. Wow, tightening. Look at that. Big run, and look at that. Really tight. Yeah, I mean, technically it should, it should go up, right? It should. But see, my concern is that the dollar, see how we're popping here and we made these higher highs? So my concern is the dollar climbs up, right? And in the short term, if we see an explosion in the upward momentum of the dollar, we may see the inverse. We may see the drop, the devaluing of gold and silver. So that's a concern here. And you can see, look, we popped right up to this trend line and stopped right here. We're still above the moving average, which means tomorrow, technically, if we close like here, maybe, we might be like here tomorrow, right? Which may bring us here or here. So that's why if this is about to rise, you may actually start to see a pullback in gold. Silver, in my opinion, should hold up better because it didn't have the run. But also at the same time, it just kind of teased coming down to this upward channel. And upward channel technically is bearish, right? So if the dollar spikes, we'll break down out of the channel. Again, we're tightening here on gold. If dollar spikes, then we'll drop down out of the triangle as opposed to popping up. It's up in the air right now. It's up in the air. If it were me, I wouldn't do it. I'll say that. That's just my opinion. Discord will ride up into the sunset. Buying up Vegas, baby. Lost Graphene, as we call it. Gonna have to change the name. Today I learned participating in profits regulations. There you go. There you go. See? And think about that, dude. Think about how many people might have been doing that with their community, not even knowing that's against the rules, technically, right? And I'm here telling you what the actual rules and regs are. I mean, come on. Who's better than me? Who's better than me? Chinese company bought 2 lots near my house and won't even develop on it. Um, uh-huh. Again, no disrespect. I mean, it really shouldn't be anybody. I mean, people want to say, oh, China's, labeled as an enemy. That's why people don't want them to buy land. First of all, yeah, you dumbass, right? Yeah. Hello? Is this thing on? Freaking morons. But also at the same time, nobody should really be allowed to. I mean, you'll get a little vacation home, down south or something, if you live, whatever, in Europe, and yeah, I got a little vacation home in the States, down south. Like, yeah, all right, I get it. I get it. But, people talking about, oh, yeah, the Chinese are buying up farmland in America. What? 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 Who would say that's okay? So, yeah, we had a really good bounce here coming out of the gate off our trend line, right? We flattened up, curled up, having this kind of downward channel here. So we'll see. We may pop up, right? We came right back to the mid-range here of this sideways channel. So if we are still bullish, that means we come down here, we test this range, and then we pop up and we make a higher high. So technically, that should happen. So we'll see what happens. How's MBOT doing? And again, like I said, everyone in here, if you guys jumped on those index calls on that beautiful green bounce, right? Congratulations. I told you guys straight up, my money's on hold. I don't want to get another good faith violation, right? So I wasn't even involved, even though I knew what to do, had the cash to do it, could have done it, but I would have left myself with one violation left. So I would have been on thin ice for the next 12 months. I didn't want to do that. But you understand my point, right? I just did that literally in real time for all of you, and there was nothing in it for me. What's going on? All right, we're approaching the hour-and-a-half mark on the stream. I am going to step away and get more coffee. So entertain yourselves. I will be right back. You know, cough, never hurt nobody. Dope, dope. Dope, dope. Sentinel 1 looks like we got a little triangle. Earnings next week. So yeah, what's today? Thursday? Yeah, I mean, they might actually... I don't know. They really should start bouncing this soon. They might wait till next week, though. I still like it. That's just my opinion. That is just my opinion. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Back and to the right. Back and to the right. Oh, man. I tell you, this changing weather, honestly, is destroying me, man. Clouds rolling in, all of a sudden it's like 60, 70 degrees. It's raining. I got a freaking heavy head. My neck hurts. See? See? So you buy here, and that's what I mean. You're a little too conservative. If you put in the stop loss, you got stopped out. Meanwhile, everyone else made like 50%. It's ready to go higher, actually. They're back in play if you missed them, in my opinion. SPY QQQ DIA calls right now. You could play them again if you want. I don't know how many day trades and shit you guys have available. I have no idea. I have no idea. If I had like above that 25K benchmark and I had unlimited trades, I honestly would have no idea how fast and how much money I can make that quick. I mean, I honestly might be able to run 10, 12 trades a day and just start making like 20, 30, 50 grand a day. I honestly don't know. Of course, I'm being optimistic, but it's possible. Just hanging out. Fubo. Fubo. Nah, you don't want to do that, bro. You don't want to do that. Nah. Nah. Just get the stock. Just get the stock. That's my opinion. You do whatever you want. That's just my opinion. Sure. Mm, mm, mm. Looks like oil's on the move. Did we just say something? Whoa. Whoa. And there's quite a bounce since the open. Still going. My head hurts. Yep, and told you it's ready to go higher. Look at that, see? Could have made money twice. Could have made money twice already. 2 winning trades in less than an hour. Come on, shit's easy, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yep. Yep. Quick, easy money. Money. Oh, baby. Hello, baby. But, no, but, but. Give me no, but, but. Yeah, we're getting that patent news. What'd I say? What did I tell you? Huh? What did I tell you? Right? And then they missed the call. They don't trust the process. And then some jabroni's going to come rolling in here in 20 minutes. Like, hey, yeah, great call. I just saw it. Is it still a buy? $19 viewers right now. All right. It's a little light today. I don't know. A little light. Make sure to like the stream. Thumbs up. Thank you. Algorithm. Good old MBOT. Good old MBOT. Back and to the right. back, and to the right. Tell you, man, I know I woke up late, but it's another good day to take a nap. Yep. Just hanging out. Oh, baby. I like sound. How's sound doing? Whoop. Sound. And up. Hmm. Slowly but surely. Done. How we doing? HGRAF. Oh man, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. Could you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Hello, neighbor. Oh, baby. Wow, I feel terrible. Be mine. Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Yeah, I don't know. People like Grab. I mean, I get the appeal, I guess, if you want to own some. I don't know, man. I feel like it's hard to trust a lot of these Asian companies. I don't know, man. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Ugh. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Are we doing it? Are we doing it? Oh, we went up, and we came back down, just to go back up. We go up, and we go down. And when you're not looking, we go up. Then you get excited, and guess what? It goes back down. Ah, and round we go. Oh, man. We got this big Italian schnoz. We got frickin' overcast. Probably need like massive reconstructive surgery. Who gives a shit, honestly? Who gives a shit? Right? Gives you character. That's what they used to tell you. Well, you got a big nose, it gives you character. Oh, don't be worried about your big ears. It gives you character. It's like, I don't know what cellar out of Disney you crawled out of. What kind of character are we making here? Oofa. Up. 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 I don't know. I think that's pretty impressive. I think that's pretty impressive. If you remember, I drew this yesterday. That is pretty darn. I even amaze myself sometimes. Yep. Yep. Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh. Mm-hmm. USO puts, in my opinion. Oh, fuck them. Why? What are they saying? Price is on strong demand. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Looking for the USO puts. Yeah. USO puts in my opinion. USO puts in my opinion. Came back from job interview. Hey, we're chilling. We're having a great day. We got MBOT hitting new highs as expected. Welcome. God damn it. Welcome. I mean, it should technically be for today. It should be for today. So I'm expecting this drop to happen right here. MBOT sweet. Oh yeah, our MBOT, baby. Our MBOT. We pick winners. Picking the winners. Hope that job interview went well, huh? Wish you the best. Yep. Just hanging out. Oh, you're welcome, brother. You're welcome. Up. Oh, Deli. They're watching you. They said, all right. Slow down. All right, brother, slow down. What do you think? You could just like change your life within a couple of weeks here? We gotta pump the brakes on your account a little bit. That's all right though. You know it's gonna work out now, right? You know it's gonna work out. Wait, how many day trades did you run though in the last couple of days? Because you're allowed like 4 in like 5 business days. Oh, you're allowed 3 in 5? I don't even remember. No, I think it's 4. Yeah, usually if you do 1 or 2 day trades, you've done 3? Okay. Alright. Alright. Yeah, so when that used to happen to me, sometimes I would wait till like like 3:30 or quarter to 4, and then I'd see like if I could take a play going into tomorrow. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, it's fast money though. I wouldn't risk it. I honestly wouldn't risk it. I even might turn out wrong in the short term, so might be better off if you can't play. I have no idea. Yeah, you come back the end of the day. J Powell's speech tomorrow could drop markets lower. Yeah, you can do that too. Well, yeah, you don't have day trades. If you want, you could buy a cheap, like out of the money call and put on one of the indices. But it's not worth it because the theta is going to eat you up if you buy tomorrow's expiration. That's why, like we say, we don't force trades. HGRAF will give you a quote here. So yesterday, again, late afternoon, we rallied right up to our trend line. And we can see today we opened, bounced off it, flattened, ran up, come down to consolidate, back to mid-range, back, and to the right. Back, and to the right. HG right now, $1.90 Canadian, HGRAF $1.37 American, $1.37 for the HGRAF. Mr. Hanky, the Christmas book. Oh. Here we go. It's amazing how that always happens too, right? It's like people would be like, yo, what's going on with Fubo? What's happening? And then boom, same thing. It's the same thing. And just to let you know, the high was 338 yesterday. Ba, 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 ba. Blackberry, oh yeah. Blackberry, like I said, I like it, man. I like it. And, you know, I may be right. I may be crazy. But it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Alright, so I'm expecting, I have a feeling, right, because I like it, I have a feeling they're going to drop it before they pop it. But, again, you know, if you can handle that drop, you know, you buy here, 360, 350, if it goes down to 330, you know, like if you don't give a shit, then, yeah, it's in play, in my opinion. And we got earnings in about a month, so we can like drop down here and then maybe start like bouncing back up here going into earnings, and then if they beat, it's a skadoosh, you see like 4.5 or something. Yeah, I know. I said 3.5 and 355, 357. It's been coming very close. But again, that's what I'm saying. You know, if we're looking for like 345 and the stock hits 355 and that might be the lowest it goes, you know, again, I don't know how much you want to quibble over a couple of pennies. I feel that cloud is not secure enough for some people. I can see that. Yeah. Yep. That's why I liked Sentinel 1 as well, right? Because again, in the short term, these stocks, you know, they run, they drop, but we're seeing, you know, growing revenue going into something like a Sentinel 1, and we know that if we're in the massive AI tech age, then it's going to be all about protecting our systems, right, and keeping everyone out. So yeah, that's why like cybersecurity, like all of these spaces, or like you're talking about cloud security, like that's obviously going to be a very important cog in the wheel of the machine. Not just the companies who are building it with the hardware, not just the companies who are running it with the software, but also the companies who are protecting. Yeah, well, again, you know, some plays we miss, but yeah, you'll get it. You'll get it. Don't worry about it. I believe in you. But yeah, that's why we say, again, even something like HGRAF, you know, I didn't have cash in an account at the time. I should have owned it at like 15 cents. You know, it happens. It happens. Again, it's the process. It's understanding the process, the analysis, how a stock moved, why a stock moved, right? That's what you want to try to grasp. That way, when you get the money, you know what to do with it. That's why it's almost good in a way, starting again with like little or no money. It's really the way you should do it. Unfortunately, people do the opposite way, right? They build up whatever, 5 grand, 20 grand from the job they never invested before. Then they find like one of these crackhead discords and they're like, oh yeah, what are we buying? Let's go. It's like it's like you can't even tell me like what a call is, you know? Like learn a couple of things. Learn a couple of things. Yeah, well, what they say, they bought that facility and they're putting what, like 6 of those machines in there. It'll be all right. And like I said, hopefully everything goes according to plan and they get some orders coming in. They start generating nice revenue. And then before we know it, it's, oh, we might, you know, build another facility to You know, we got rising demand. We can't meet demand. We got to build another facility, right? Then we're going to be off to the races. Some folks buying a 1-month treasury thinking they locked in 4% gains in a month. Yeah, I know. People think that way with like CDs and shit too. They're like, oh, 3%, I get that every month. It's like, no. Oh, I just bought this stock. It's got a 5% dividend. I get that every month. It's like, no. People are taught to only invest if they have 10, 20K to start without any prior education. It's silly. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And that's why it's actually pretty cool that like some of these platforms give you the option to do like paper trading. And you really should. You should learn like about the market, at least kind of like how it works. Like we say, like, oh, a stock's climbing and breaking out 20% today, right? Why is this happening? Oh, they had some news happen, okay, and then they got like above this key level, so it kept climbing. Okay, that makes sense, right? You definitely should learn a couple of things before you just jump in. But people usually learn the hard way, unfortunately. In a month, yeah, Texas facility, yep, that's gonna happen very soon. I can search, but can you explain the goal of short release or something? I don't know what you're trying to say. Blackbird. Yeah, but that's not a stock. But yeah, no, there's ETFs, there's REITs that pay out every month, of course, of course. But I'm saying people, they'll buy. What I mean is, you know what I meant, Joe. Come on, people will pull up Coca-Cola. They'll see like 3%. It's like, oh, what's that? Like every month or something, Or what? Oh, I get that every 3 months, right? And it's not, right? It's for the year. It's paid out every 3 months, and that's what I mean. Some people get confused. That's what I was talking about. And I know people love the realty income. Look at this thing, bro. This thing is massively overvalued, man. And I know I said that, and people are just piling into the freaking real estate market. So, of course, it stayed up. Even though, of course, now recently they keep missing earnings. But that's besides the point, I guess. Earnings don't count anymore. But this definitely should be on sale down here. But, it's going to take big negative real estate news. And yeah, what? This is paid every month, right? Yeah. Bada bing, bada boom, Fuber. Fuber. Ready to pop even higher. It looks like it wants to fill that gap back up there. Mm-hmm. What do you say, Fubo? What do you say? What do you say? Well, you know what the saying is, right? Knowledge is power. That's what they used to say. So that's why I just feel like, if you're just coming to the market, if you never really did much, you should at least learn a couple of things. And if you really don't know how stock works, then you shouldn't do options, right? I mean, like you're taking on more risk in a field you know even less about. It's just silly. So, I just hope people, like I say, start to work smarter, not harder. Oh, we got the truck backing up. Beep, beep, beep. What's that? The armored car at the bank? Something's about to pop. Money's coming. No. Up, back, and to the right. Show me potato salad. NASDAQ now down less than 100 points. Don't call it a comeback. Yeah, give these guys credit, though. They've been going hard working on this road. No breaks, not really much downtime. Always got to respect hard work. Doesn't matter if we're in a chair, out on a street, right? People forget it's not what you do, it's the way that you do it. Thoughts on SoFi? Damn. Beast. Freaking beast. Well, they told me I was crazy over here. Can you imagine? They said I was crazy. Came down, tested the moving average, bumped back up. So now you're going to run into this resistance here. 25.11. Can't even see. Yeah, it's like there. Right, so it bounced there. It's fighting to hold here. So it's either gonna go up there and then either reject or come here, or it's gonna stop and come back down here and then potentially break back to here. Because if I extend, all right, do you see? Do you see? Right now it's in between. You want to buy more? If I own SoFi, are you averaging up? Obviously, I'm assuming you're averaging up, meaning you own it at a cheaper price already. Uh, this delay sucks. Yeah, from 14. Bro, just wait, just wait. Because if I'm right, forget about if markets drop. If this rejects and drops, you might be able to get it here at like 17 or 16. So just hang out. Just hang out. That's my opinion. Yeah, no, I like it. I still like it. It's growing nice. It probably is going to be worth more over time, but like just because you like it and oh, I got some cash, I'm gonna buy more. It's like, yeah, but at the same time, you might be able to buy more down here or down here or down here, you know? That's why we say pricing and timing, right? And remember as well, if you already have a position at 14, now you buy it at 23, now your cost is 18 and a half, right? But if I'm able to get you in at low 17s, mid low 16s, now your cost is 15 and a quarter, 1570, right? As opposed to 1870. So we would be able to keep your cost basis 20% cheaper, right? Which means the higher the stock goes over time, even more compounded growth you're going to see off of your principal investment. Blue skies randomly. I'll tell you, the weather is wild. People are trying to say, "Oh, I think there's climate change." Honestly, I don't even want to say yes or no to climate change, but I have a feeling someone's doing something somewhere. I really do. I really do have that feeling. Someone's doing something somewhere. And I know some people will say, "Oh, they got the weather machines," and not even that. Like we know for a fact they have like the cloud generator machines and shit too, right? You know what I'm saying? So even if like we've been turning those on, like if we're changing like the moisture levels and how the atmosphere is reacting, like that's why like it could be a number of things, right? Because people are just saying, "Oh, it's getting warmer, climate change." It's like, yeah, but there could be a number of reasons, right? We could be affecting like the ozone layer and more what is it, like the UV rays, the cosmic rays and stuff are getting in, right? So there could be a number of reasons. Like we don't know if it's because oh everyone drove cars for a number of years, right? Like I don't know if we can just come to that conclusion. Yeah, I was looking 17 sometime. All right, just hang out. Just hang out. Where were you here? Where were you here? You didn't have money, I'm assuming? I don't know, but you missed it. So now you gotta hang out, in my opinion. Do you know how much profit the IRS takes away from short-term and long-term sales? Of course I do. A Series 7, Series 63 licensed financial advisor. So short-term cap gains, if you're in a lower tax bracket, usually it's taxed at your OI level, which is the ordinary income level, which is the federal tax level, right? So if you're in the, whatever, 18% tax bracket, you're going to get charged 18% on the short-term gains as well. Max short-term gains, I believe, is 35%, unless they changed it, because apparently they change all these numbers year to year, but when I remember, it was 35%, I believe, short-term cap gains, and long-term cap gains was 15% top end of the range. And I'm assuming you're here in the States, because if you're in a different country, then obviously I have no idea what your tax code is. But you mentioned IRS, so you're in the States. Quick little burnout moment from yours truly. You, sir, are a gentleman. You are a gentleman and a scholar. And we thank you. We thank you for your help. Again, they might have changed it, but yeah, if you're in the lowest tax bracket and your income gets taxed like 10% or whatever it is, then usually if you put the tax form from your investment account up, when it calculates it through the software and stuff, it ends up being about 10% of your short-term cap gains is like what they would ask you for. But yeah, again, that's why I say I know the average person doesn't have a lot of money, but that's why I kept saying the few people in here who have hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, I'm even more valuable to them, because if I'm able to show, 100, 200% gains, and we're able to do it in the long term, they're paying less in taxes, so it's even that much better for them. Short-term caps gain, treat as regular income, yep. 10, 12, 22, 24. Wow, really? Wow, they changed that, man. They changed those percentages. Long-term tax rates. Yeah, it goes up to 20%. Most people pay no more than 15. Yeah. In due time, we will have millions. Stay positive. There you go. Right? That's what happens. If you really think about it, that's what happens. You get to a point where you have so much money, it's not about, oh yeah, could we find the next good trade? It's like, yeah, we know what's out there. But now the problem is we need to find a good trade that's going to take longer than 12 months, right? Because we wouldn't want to pay 30, 40% in taxes. We only want to pay 15 or 20%. Because we know who's who, exactly. You get those hats made yet? Everybody make sure to give your address to Nick. He's my head of marketing and advertising. He's going to be making shirts. He's going to be making hats. Shout out to Jack Black. Long-term gains are so nice. If you're under that threshold, I'll likely pay 0% taxes on my HGRAF. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why we're all on a path, you know what I mean? And everyone wants to wake up tomorrow and have $10 million off a trade and be set. But realistically, that's not really how it happens. So again, if you're, running a small business, if you're whatever, working construction, you're doing even customer service or whatever, if we know you're going to have to keep staying on that road, for years. So, that's why, again, just settle down, have the money work for you. That's why I say work smarter, not harder. You have a day off once a week, you got really extra income that you could afford to lose. If it truly doesn't work out, fine. We'll do some day trading, we'll do some cheap options, try to make you some quick profits. But the bulk of the accounts should just be in stocks that are going to grow. That's the goal. Yeah, SoFi looked like it was tightening up for a couple of hours, starting to climb up here, break up and out. Looks like all markets are slowly continuing to rise. Now about 10 after 3, have about 50 minutes, 50, to go before the close. I mean, talk about like a perfect call of getting you guys in on those calls. Like, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Roth IRA, earnings tax-free. Yep. I'm glad you have a Roth IRA as well. I know a lot of people starting out, if we just have a couple of bucks, people just open a regular cash trading account. I get it. But also at the same time, as you start to build up thousands, or if, like Walma said, going out, getting the job. So now when, hope, of course, once that job is secure, right? Not if, when that job is secure, whatever it is, if there's going to be an extra 100, 200 bucks that they're able to put in the account every week. That's going to scale. But also, my main point, because I'm going off on a tangent, is Jose mentioned the Roth IRA, right? So now I was going to say again, if now we're in a position where we have more money coming in, we have, we're going to build up from hundreds to thousands to eventually tens of thousands. If we're going to start snowballing here with our capital, then yeah, technically everyone should be going with the IRAs and the long-term tax advantage accounts first. Then you open, if you want, an individual trading investing account, and you can buy stock in there, you can do options in there. Workday into it. Reporting after the bell. All right, thank you, Deli. We appreciate that. ZM on Zoom? Workday. I thought Workday, like, wasn't there like a freaking investigation or something? I thought they got shut down or something. Let's buy an HG before the breakouts. Thought I was timing it perfect till the shorts attacked it. Still have cash on hand. Long term shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, I think it'll be alright. I think it'll be alright. Yep, we gotta do the long-term accounts first. And again, I understand if you're just starting out, I'm not trying to like scare you, like, holy crap, I should have, just relax. It could be done now. You can start doing it now. It's okay. Right? Don't sweat the small stuff, as they say. But yeah, the IRAs, again, even if you hit the break point, you can't do a Roth, you should still have a regular individual retirement account for yourself. Yeah, if you get the 401k through work, do your 401k. And of course, don't do anything silly, right? I mean, you watch like these, like these finance podcasts or whatever, and the people come on and they're like, yeah, I took out 10 grand from the 401k because I wanted to go to France, as long as you don't do any dumb shit like that, you should be fine. Yeah, now, I told you it was going to happen, Nick. I told you it was going to happen, brother. We had that stock, what? It was up over 2,000%. Bang, bang, right to the moon. And that's what I mean. If you were just looking for a big pop, if you don't want to sit there and, hold and wait for the company to really get going and stuff, like, I understand, like, no one would have blamed anyone if you started selling your HGRAF, oh, 1.5, oh, now it's at $2, I gotta start locking in some profits. Oh, now it's at, 240, all right, I'm gonna take some off the table, I'm gonna let the rest run, right? And that's what I mean also, because people will get upset then if a stock pulls back, and they, oh, why didn't you tell me to sell? It's like, I don't know what situation you're in. And that's not right to other people who want to be in for the longer term, right? If I just start throwing out alerts, oh, no, look out, you might want to sell, think about selling. Now all of a sudden, right, everyone's nervous, everyone hits sell, and then all of a sudden it rages on a new contract, and then everyone's like, why did I sell? And that's what I mean. People want like these blanket updates, like, oh, give me buy triggers, give me sell triggers. Like it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work. You have to take some responsibility as well, right? This is your money. Remember that. This is your money at the end of the day. Yeah, growing that tree, baby. Personally sold a chunk of HGRAF to cover the cost basis. I've been burnt before. Yeah, and that's fine. Because like we said, we know, and remember, the company could be doing the right thing and it could still grow into a game changer, but it could also drop back down towards where it was because it's a volatile OTC stock, right? So that's why we were even looking at support levels. Well, I have them expanded on HG, so I'll just look at that. Same thing, right? But we were looking at support levels, and that's what I mean. Even if we break here, people will start screaming, pump and dump, right? But again, the old all-time high for the stock was 29 cents before this run. So even if we have a drastic drop from here and drop, what's that, like 60, 70% down to 76 cents, we'd still be 200% above previous highs. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why the volatility is still there. So that's why if you wanted to secure, as you said, I've been burned before, I've seen them do this and then just come right back down to where it was and I got screwed. So that's what I mean. Take out your cost basis, right? Secure a little bit of profits. And, it runs like this, bang, you make even more money. If it sells off and comes down here, maybe you got some cash, you can buy shares. Over time, we keep stepping. And that's what I mean, just play it and be smart about it. And I understand the argument on the other hand as well. Well, look at a stock like NVIDIA over all those years. Every share I have today could be worth so much, so I don't want to sell the share. I understand. But again, nothing is guaranteed, unfortunately. And while we may be 99.9% convinced that this will be the next huge company and, each share will eventually, we'll see 2-for-1 splits, we'll see 5-for-1 splits, right? Like a Tesla, and we could have had like a great compounded position from the beginning. I understand the argument, but again, nothing is guaranteed. So if you're in a situation where money is important and scarce, and like you don't know, sometimes you need to make sure you secure something for your family to take care of your children and stuff. I understand if you guys tell me like, yeah, I had to sell a chunk of this, I had to lock it in, I had to do. I understand. No one is judging you. And we'll never perfectly time it exactly. Exactly. Right? There are people who, bought in back here and sold here at $2, and they were like, wow, that's perfect. Oh my God, I'm a genius, right? And then it almost went, I mean, well, this is Canadian, but you know what I mean? And then it went up to 360 or whatever, right? So, again, you're never going to catch the high. There are people who bought here, and as good as that is, it's technically not here, right? So, you know what I'm saying? You're never going to catch that high. You're never going to catch that low. Just, try to be smart, try to stay disciplined, and just look for the greens, man. Just look for the greens. When you see the greens, you're on the right track. That's what we want. We want the greens. Looks like it's really, really starting to tighten up here. Could see a curl, right? Because we ran up and we did like a curl, and then maybe a curl. So we could see like that W. That could maybe bring us back above 210, maybe 215 Canadian. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's still, again, like we said yesterday, the way it ran right up to that going into the close, and now we bounced up off of it and didn't, test and then reject. It looks strong, in my opinion. Almost 5 million shares today. Again, the old average before the run was 2. But yeah, I think people, again, they may have got their timing off. Some people averaged up. Some people bought late, sold early, right? I'm sure there's a lot of that going around the trading world right now at HGRAF. But I just think a lot of people are, seeing the stories. Again, there's a couple of videos out there now, right? This guy apparently is doing tours of the facility and crap. So that's what I mean. People are seeing that, like, they're starting to get up and running. They're seeing what they're bringing to the table, and they're like, hey, you know what? It's cheap. And if we're gonna run it, and if they got good things on the horizon, yeah, whatever. I'll put in $1,000, $10,000. We'll let it ride. And that's why we said, like, on every big dip, like, there's probably gonna be the buyers there. My apologies. Give me a minute. I gotta take aspirin or something. My head is starting to kill me. Doing HG, chilling. You do futures? No. No, I do not. I've heard good things, but, yeah, what, that too, right? Don't you need like 20K to do futures? 25K? I don't know. Maybe in the future. uh, Puts on XPEV? Yeah, well, I mean, you probably should, right? Isn't that like some crappy Chinese EV company? Oh, here goes the NASDAQ. Here goes the NASDAQ. Here goes the NASDAQ. Mm, mm. Had the calls, right? Broke out. Then you buy the puts, back to the bottom. And then you buy the calls, back to the top. Uh, Thanks to you this week, I made 700 through Robinhood. I wish I can show you, but thanks a lot. It's all right. I believe you. I believe you. Well done. It's a good week right there. That's a good, and see, that's what I mean too, right? And that's why people want to get greedy. They want their trades, right? Situation like that. Perfect. In and out, made 700, right? And there were people who, oh yeah, but if I could make 7,000, it'd be even better. Like, yeah, of course, of course. But if you see the trade, you happen to, put your money on the line, take a position, and then it starts working out, all you did was click a button, push something on your phone, click a mouse, and you just got basically free money. So that's why, we gotta lock it in. And, I know it really hurts when you sell and then something starts to break out. Believe me, I know it hurts, but like we always say, it's true. Profit is profit. The goal is to make profits, continuously try to increase the size of your account. It's good though. That's a good week. That's a good week. My man. See that? Guy pops in. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Oh, MBOT, HGRAF, you're a beast. Oh, wow, you doing option trades too? Hey, boom, made 700. Made 700. That's what I mean. I'm not trying to be cocky, but for the most part, shit's easy. For the most part, shit's easy. And especially, I want to remind you guys as well, right? We got markets near highs that like we have a random drop here and there, but then it'll bottom out. It'll kind of rebound exactly back to where it was. Like this is not a volatile, crazy market. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, like right now, everything's all right. And it's not that hard of a trading environment. If we start randomly swinging up and down several hundred points day to day and stuff, then, we're talking about a different environment, which would be more towards my strategy where I say, now on days where markets are going to pull back, you want to buy like calls on the VXX, or if yields are spiking, right, we want puts on TLT. Like you have to play the volatility, you have to, play the bond reaction and stuff, and the gold and the silver plays. Do you think they are dropping Fubo on purpose before the pop? I don't want to say too much. What's that? Low 328. Low 325. 325. What is this? 324. 324. Wink, wink. I mean, we got the prelim numbers, then we got the real numbers, then we went here. I don't know. Wink, wink. In my opinion, it shouldn't be there. American citizen, but I live in Nicaragua. Oh, right. Yes, you said that. Even if I make $20 a day, here's a lot of money. Oh, hey, awesome. Fantastic. Even better. Even better. Yep. Profit is profit, baby. Base hits every day. Base hits, right? Nicaragua, you play baseball down there, right? You guys came flooding up the borders. Got a lot of Latinos in the MLB now. Yeah, so what does that tell you, Nick? So what does that tell you? Now we're cooking with gas, baby. Oh, back up above both of those trend lines now. Holding steady. Baseball, king of sports, soccer. Well, of course, yeah, soccer, we know that. Everyone who's not American loves soccer, we know that. That's probably why we hate soccer. We're like, what? You all play this? Nah, nah. Oh, what don't you like about it? We just don't like it. Yeah. It means they don't want us to own this one. And if there are any government agencies listening, Nick said that, not me. New York, New York. Bam, 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 bam. Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. Let's check our old buddy HGRAF. Less than 30 minutes to go in today's day. If you wanted to take a position, secure a profit, stop at a loss real quick, whatever you want to do, you have less than 30 minutes. USO puts overnight. Price still the same. Yeah, let's just start jackhammering right outside my freaking window. Nah, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, see, price still the same, right? Even when I called those puts, they wouldn't have worked out. It's not. Don't do it. Don't do it. If someone else is in, it's all right, but don't worry about it. We'll do something else. Plus, I love Christmas Eve. It's Christmas time in the city. Ding-a-ling. Hit a ring. And soon it will be Christmas Day. We shit, bringing in about $1 billion. Really? People still use this shit? Settled a lawsuit with investors. 22 billion. Wow, look at this. Really? Really? Oh my goodness. 600. What do we got here? We got some equity. Wow, we got no debt. Oh my god. What's going on with this gauge? I mean, now this should be higher in my opinion. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This should be higher. And see how completely cratered, right? Big rebound, drop, higher low, pop it up, drop, higher low, right? So we have our support trend line like right here. And even if we don't go from there, if we go from like here, right, across there, right, you can see, could see like a 10% pop. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Zoom calls, honestly. Maybe Zoom calls. Who else did you say to? Intuit. People still use this shit? Intuit. 700. 194 million. 57. Whoa. Alright, growing nicely. 16, brought in 3. And this is going to be Q4 now coming in? So 11, it's 14, which would be 17 roughly. So yeah, we'd still see growth year over year. Pricing of 7%. What did I say? 10%. See? 7%, 10%. Right? It's all the same. It's all the same. And remember, we just kind of saw how attractive it looked in the numbers as well. So 7%, even 10% actually would be an underreaction. The stock really should pop more if they beat top and bottom lines. The stock really should pop even more than that. So they might be, you know, posting a conservative options move. Oh my god, the jackhammer. So like -1.5, that's 18. Yeah, like 20. Nah, I don't like Intuit. I don't like Intuit. I would do Intuit puts, in my opinion, and Zoom calls. And I'll put that in the Discord for nobody. Intuit puts, Zoom calls, in my opinion. 100%. We're looking for the Zoom. All I wanna do, I let my zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Oh, baby. It's Christmas time. Ring-a-ling. It's free real estate. Soon it will be Christmas Day. Bravo, bravo. Yeah, INTU kind of sucks. I'm more of an INTC kind of guy. Hi. Oh, can't keep a good man down. I remind you again, we recently had a $2 billion investment at $23 a share. Oh. Been a wild couple of days, man. I feel like I'm hungover, but I didn't even drink. Just feeling weird. Maybe the body's fighting something. I don't know. In there throwing elbows, spinning back kicks. Still jackhammering. Please call it a day already. Oh my goodness. God, HGRAF with the bounce back. We got MBOT with the new highs. How you doing? Bird. Put out the hit. Spoke to Oscar the Grouch yesterday. You better watch your 6. Fed minutes tomorrow. Who gives a shit? What are they going to say? What are they going to say? Yeah, everything's fucked up. Can't do anything yet. What are they going to say? Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. From the bed. Looks like we're doing a little slide here. Whee, whee. SB holding those 4s. Can't keep a good man down. Silva. Actually, where is that? Where was that high? That was in July. Alright, so that'd be like a 3-month. Yeah, okay. We're potentially flagging here. I mean, we bounced right back above both bottom support trend lines here for silver after flash breaking the channel, right? We came right back into it. And look, you can see we pumped up and now we have a tightening here. You can see it's ready to go. It's ready to go again, in my opinion. It's ready to hit this higher high right here. Yeah, we'll just, it's, you know, not perfect, but yeah, it's close enough. All right, 39. 39, well, first here, right? And then 39. I mean, do you see? Do you see? I back up even more. Yes, let me show you this. Look at this. How about this, huh? Go from here. Huh? 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 Huh. Uh-huh. 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 Do you see? Do you see? Also, those of you who have me on in the background who are listening and not watching did not see any of that. Sounds like a you problem. We have potentially some potential green here on the horizon. That is exactly what we're potentially talking about here. Yep. Yep, definitely some potential. Oh yeah. Yep, what do we got? 10 minutes. How's our markets looking? We went up, then we went back down. Now we're trying to go back up. Obviously, recovered some of those, again, right out of the gate. First 15 minutes, had a big drop. Then we basically came back, closed most of the gap. So a pullback. Now we're trying to bounce back up again. So we're going to potentially be in this tightening, right? We're probably going to have, as you see, we're going to have like these drops and then these recovers and then like these kind of like stagnant periods, because even though in my opinion it doesn't really mean anything, technically Big Bird is correct and there is some Fed minutes coming out tomorrow, so might be a lot of people just sitting on their hands. You know, we might not see some big swings here until maybe next week. Maybe next week, actually, we'll see some big swings. And we might get a reaction, well, I'm assuming it's like 2 p.m. or whatever, but we might get a little bit of a reaction later in the afternoon, but I think the real move is going to happen that next following week. There is high volume for $5 on MBOT. There is high volume for $5 on MBOT. What do you mean? Like buy orders? Price action? Like previous price action? Like years ago? I'm so confused. Oh, for the calls. Oh, I'm a spaz. I'm thinking about the stock. Yeah, that makes sense. $5 call volume. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want, you could buy calls, sure. We got people who bought shares and calls. Yeah, you know, if it explodes to like, 10, 12, then yeah, you're gonna make like a really nice return. You know, if we climb up like 4 and 5, I mean, of course you could probably make a good profit, but it may just be more advantageous to just have the shares. But I leave it up to you. Options for August, September on the 5s, huh? I mean, well, it did stay up for quite a while. We were looking at the technicals, and now today we had a breakout, and we climbed up and hit new 52-week highs. So if people are going to start climbing in, expecting to break up to the, $4.50, $5 level, then yeah, they might be on the right track. Yeah, I agree. I think I believe you want shares here. And like I said, if you buy like $5 leaps and we turn around, then it's like $11. Like I understand, like those could be worth a lot, but again, I've had situations I told you guys in the past where like it was like a $2 stock and I bought like 1.5 puts and the stock dropped to like 156, but like the puts barely moved. You know what I'm saying? So that's why sometimes when you're dealing with a very cheap stock, unless you really have a price explosion or implosion to really put your option in the money several points, yeah, maybe better to just buy the shares or even short the shares. But I guess if you had money like that to short, you could just buy puts on something else. Whatever. Yeah, no, that's smart. That's smart for sure. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Appreciate that input. That's definitely a good sign as well. If we have, again, we can see, look, average volume on the stock, 2 1/3 million shares, right? We're up to about 5.5 million shares, about 5 minutes to go. And like Jerry just said, I'm assuming it's Jerry. Like Jerry just said, it's we're seeing a lot of volume come into the $5 calls for September, which technically is a bullish sign as well. Bought MBOT calls as I didn't have the money for the shares, but hoping to exercise them in the next month. Oh, yeah, there you go. Could do that too. Could do that too. Could sell them for premiums. We can exercise them and say we want the shares. A lot of ways to play it. Outstanding. Outstanding. MBOT. See what I mean? It's almost like every day, every couple of days, there's something, right? There's something that we talked about. Because I said, you have to trust the process. There's a method to my madness. That's the way. I like it. All right, so we were looking for a back and to the right, and we went back and to the flat. Pronounced it perfectly. Hey, look at that. You know why? It's because I'm too damn good. That's what it is. Too damn good. I can do stocks. I can do names. Whatever you want. DraftKings back above 46. Holding up. This PC is moving slow. I need to restart. DraftKings. Yep, hey, well, that's what I said, right? You come out with earnings. They beat. They went down. I said, what? Gotta buy some calls on DraftKings. All right. Where the hell was it? I don't know. Yeah, it was back here somewhere, but it went down and then it went up. Getting that patent was huge. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. That definitely is big news. That's good news. And again, we know that we see products brought to market while they're still patent pending, right? But yeah, this company's been around for a very long time, and we got that patent approval, which is big, which is big. Because again, someone tried to dox me in the Discord a while back. And it's funny that like after that happened, right, and all those people left, all of a sudden everything started raging for us. Did you do you notice that? Did you realize that? But anyway, um, the patent again. If you look at my doc's LinkedIn profile that was posted, you will see that I worked and tried to bring to market. It was a tampon, biodegradable tampon disposable bag. But like the way the hoops they made you jump through, I mean, it that like I feel like they turned it into a process. And of course, we attempted to bring it to some of the big names in the space. So you would think that by now they would have even done it themselves, but they've yet to bring something like that to market. So perhaps right now it's just something that can't really be done. But anyway, long story short, filed for the patent, and essentially what they do is patent office is so backed up that no matter what you apply, they reject the patent immediately. You have to reapply. Again, I think there's like a 7 or 10 year like backlog of patents being submitted. And that's why in the meantime, you'll get like your design patents or your utility patents. But yeah, getting that US patent, absolutely huge. And may have been just the catalyst we needed, it looks like anyway, to get us up, finally up and out, right? We were in these tight upward channels. Now we're finally breaking up and out. We're hitting new highs. And this may just be the catalyst. Again, we can come back down here and retest, but we might just continue to step up and step up and step up on anticipation again of FDA clearance, and boom, we're ready to go. Good old MBOT. I love it. Right when they lose faith, kaboom, new 52-week high. Couldn't have scripted it any better. Oh, my back. Yeah, I'm going to go stretch my legs for a minute. Deli, you said you took a position. What'd you do? Zoom? Roll the dice on some Zoom calls? Big volume coming in the last few minutes. See, huh? Pumped it up. Almost, it was basically barely green, right? It just ran like 1% in the last couple of minutes. Telling you. Telling you, man. Calls are the play. Uh-huh. Well, it looks like it is anyway, right? That's just my opinion. We know it's a gamble. We know. We know this. HGRAF live quote on the close, $1.38. $1.38 HGRAF. We're going to leave it on Zoom. Our buddy Deli, I believe, had calls, so we'll see how that works out. I'm going to stretch my legs quickly. I'll be right back. All right, we're back in action. Okay. I'm still in DraftKings. Okay, very nice. I checked FDA website every day. Open interest for Palantir 170, 180 expiring tomorrow. Then I have a feeling the price will start dropping again. Okay. Okay. Appreciate that input. All you Palantir traders out there. Oh, what the put the cashed out that Zoom pump into the close. Oh, okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, like we used to say, right? Buy them, play the pump into the close, right? And then sell before the earnings. But we wanted to play the earnings. I saw the flash number. I think it's a beat. Yeah, adjusted EPS $1.53. We were looking for $1.37, so that looks like a good beat on the EPS. Sees fiscal year adjusted EPS 581 to 584. Second quarter online revenue up 1.4%. Do we start throwing the shades and the dubs in the chat? And you can see we had a big swing, but where did it go first, Deli? Where did it go first? So we'll see what happens. I don't know. They might start bullshitting about freaking operating margins or something. I don't know. Let's see. Won't matter till it opens. That is very true also, because we have calls contributing more than 100,000 in trailing 12 months revenue, up 8.7% year over year. Damn. Really? That seems like a pretty hardy statistic. We're looking for the swings here. We're looking for the swings. Oh, what was into it also, right? Let's see out of curiosity. Into. Oh! What did I tell you? Oh my goodness, what did I tell you? I know no one played it, but right, you gotta give credit where credit's due. Let's get some dubs in the chat for that one. I said Intuit puts, Zoom calls, in my opinion. Bang, bang. Right now we're 1 for 1. We could go 2 for 2. Let's see how Zoom reacts. Viva Maga. My man. Appreciate it. Plus, yeah, no, expensive. $700 stock, you know what I'm saying? So it swings, 40, 50 points. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Dubs in the chats. Yeah, I had a feeling that one kind of looked like bleh. So the gut said puts. Hey, and Zoom, we're up almost 2%. Here we go. Looking like I was seeing a lot of positive numbers here coming out. I don't know. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Again, we were looking undervalued. Looking for about a 10% run here. Here we go, Zoom. Here we go. Here we go, Zoom. Here we go. Yeah, we're dancing around. Should be higher though. Should be higher. We'll see. We'll see. Yep, we're jackhammering again. Gonna need more aspirin. Yep. Yep. I don't even know what calls he bought either. What'd you buy? Like 75, 78? I have no idea. Said you wanna beat that and dumped, get to beat that and dumped. I didn't want to be disturbed. Get to be disturbed. Shout out to the king of pop. Whoo! And in case you forgot, picked up a 73. Ah! Stock going to 80. Ah! He's got a 73. What a legend. Four and a quarter percent. Hey, Dubs in the chat, Shades in the chat. Hey. See, this is why I love this shit. Can't do this anywhere else. Nope, there goes the keyboard. See? Right on time. Right on point. I'm gonna buy a new keyboard soon and just like throw this one into the frickin' hole that they're digging out on that road, honestly. Yeah, no, of course, we could, you know, drop back down. It could open flat tomorrow. We know this. But, yeah, right now, according to the numbers, though, looks like a good beat. So, unless we see big red, you know, we should be able to kind of at least, like, open up here and maybe even, like, slowly trail up throughout the day, you know? So, I think it'll be alright. I think you'll be alright. La la la. La 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 la. Follow the yellow brick road. 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 Oh, his name is Derek. He liked the stocks. And he looked at all of them. And he makes some good calls. I make it the call. I make it the good call. Stock sale. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam. Lưu qua lâu quay. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. Said, hey, get out of the way. People are funny, though, honestly. Yeah. I mean, there's, you know, people like jackhammering, they're like bulldozing in the street, and people are just like walking through. It's like, I mean, like I know it's America, but I mean, let's be serious. Ba-da-ba-ba. Looks like Zoom looking for that 76. We're gonna hold that 76. 76. Yeah, bro, I told you what, an 80 or whatever. Where's it going? Yeah, bang, look at that. All right, so you got, that's a 1 year, 76.15. We're right there, so we got to see if we break through. That's a 6 month. On the 1 year, 76.58. And then, of course, if we go straight up, we're looking at 80. Might pause there at 78, which would be like a 10% move, right? It went from like 72, 73 to 78-ish, 79. I think it goes to the line, though. I really do. But yeah, if you know, in the morning, whatever, if it's up at, here, 76.50, 78, whatever it is. And remember, too, if people are worried about the Fed minutes, then anyone who's up is going to secure profits. And again, we've been watching the seesaw with the indices, right? So if we open up, we may slowly sell off and go red. And if we open red, we may slowly come up and go back green, going into whatever, 2 p.m. or whenever it is. So try not to be too greedy. Obviously, we'll see where it is in the AM, but no promises I'll be here. But just see how the landscape looks. It really should be at like 78 or 80 right now. So we'll see. Maybe in the next couple of minutes, because we did pop up and we're starting to see some tightening here. So maybe it's going to break up and just break up and out right now and pop to 78 plus. So let's see what it wants to do. Full expires next week. Bought a little bit of time. Oh, okay, awesome. Awesome, yeah. So if, yeah, like tomorrow or even Monday, if it can get right up to that line, believe it or not, it may even be so much better for you, because if it has enough strength to break through that line, then it's going to be huge. Yeah. If it opens at that line, again, it could break right through it and keep going, but we know on a 73 call, I mean, that's a huge return, so gotta lock them in. Locking them in here, boss. Locking them in. Almost looks like an ascending triangle forming here, where we're topping out, tightening up, potentially ready to pop. Telling you, 10%, bro. My opinion. Smoke them if you got them. 420. Shout out. And there it is. Oh my goodness. Right in front of your eyes. Right in front of your eyes. Right in front of your eyes. But you know what that other schmuck was saying the other day, I mean, we're all the same. Everyone's doing this. We're all the same. Oh, you're one of those stock guys? Yeah, I know you guys. Oh, okay. All right. We're all the same. Pop to 78 plus as expected. I'm just talking in general, man, because we know there's thousands of mollies out there. We just haven't met them yet. Bro, I told you, numbers look good, bro. I told you. Triple Crown winner. The only thing you were missing was a buyback. Right? And I'm assuming, like, no one else in the Discord played it or... You know, I mean, I said in the Discord, I said, in my opinion, you know, Intuit put Zoom calls. I don't know. I said we'd break right up to 78.5. Exactly where the stock is. Too damn good. Too damn good. Yeah, just you guys. Hey, hey, whatever. More money for you guys, I guess, then, right? Yep. That's why I said practically every day for the most part for the last several years. I've been here. Been trying to help people out. Do they care? No. Do they listen? No. This is what I do, man. We shouldn't even fully drop to 76.88, honestly. We should bounce because we have buying here. We should have buying coming in here. Streams have been super helpful. So much harder to follow along in Discord. All right, awesome, awesome. That's why I said I'll jump on live. I don't give a shit. I'll do it live. I don't care. What do you mean you're missing more info? I put a link before, no? What's the matter with you? I gotta put out another link. This is only good for 30 minutes. It's up to you. Now it's up to you. Bounce here. Should bounce here. However you want to do it, my friend. Whatever works. Whatever works. Gap down candle means we should go up. Don't make a liar out of me. Another gap down candle. I'm telling you, this stock's going to 80. It should, anyway. Just had a double gap down. We should have a huge green candle here. Should get back to like 77.5. Whenever you're ready, sweetheart. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I am so fucking good at this, bro. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? And after all these years, all this experience, I look up, what do I see? 15 viewers. Should be 15,000. What a waste. I love you guys though. All you guys who are here every day. Understand what I'm trying to relay to you. I'm just glad we're right more than we're wrong. Can't go wrong if you're right more than you're wrong. Yeah, Dubs in the chat. Dubs in the chat. Love you guys. Oh, keyboard disconnect. Perfect timing. Oh, baby. I appreciate you, Jose. I appreciate you. Been going for about 4 hours, yeah. Alright. I'll hang out for another minute or two. We'll wrap it up. On the road again. On the road again. It's all about the dubs. Got me a bull hammer off the moving average. So I know you're going to 79. Yeah, Jose, do me a favor. Just say hello in the Discord so I don't kick you, huh? Ooh, gap up candle. Interesting. Mm-hmm. She wants some more. She wants some more. She wants some more. I wave to you. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I would like to see one more higher high before I end the stream. But apparently, we're pacing ourselves. Only 21 likes today. Disgusting. Disgusting. That's alright, Nick. Don't worry about it. Stock is pacing itself because it's supposed to be up much higher. Exactly. It's all hindsight. If it bounces up and they got a $5, what are they going to say? You know? Don't even worry about it. Dun, dun, dun. That's it. We're going to be making flyers, posters. See, other people got newsletters. They're like, oh, sign up for my newsletter. I'll keep you updated on gold. No, sign up for my newsletter. I'll remind you every day who's who. Guaranteed. People out here think we're playing games. This is Zoom Communications, where we go on a video call and have a business meeting. And made a good call here. Made a good call. We're zooming up to our trend line. Oof. I swear, I hear so many vehicles, man. You can tell right away, like, they need some brake fluid, they need some power steering fluid. These people don't even care. Nobody wants to maintain their cars. Bunch of lazy beasts. Alright, I'm bored. I don't want to sit here anymore. So, I'm going to end the stream. It's been about 4 hours. But I want to thank everyone for stopping by, hanging out, chilling. Appreciate that support. You guys been hanging out basically every day. Awesome. Really means a lot to me. I want you to know that. And yeah, had a good day today. HGRAF with a little rebound. We had MBOT hit new highs. Had a couple of people make some fast money with some options. So really good from top to bottom today. And it's Thursday. And tomorrow we wrap up the week. And it is Friday. So we'll wrap it up tomorrow. Big dubs in the chat. Everybody have a good evening. Yes, sir. Big Raj. And